Moin moin. Hello. Oh, did I accidentally leave the main screen up instead of the going live screen? Hang on. There we go. There's the going live shortly screen. That's what you're supposed to be seeing for the last few minutes. Oh, why is my face cam not working today? Come on. You can do it. I know it. We can do this together. There we go. Hello. Oh, and the banner's gone again. Am I going to have to do this every time at the moment? Is it just going to forget it every single time? There. There. Are you just going to forget that every time? Because that's really cool if you're going to. Because like everything else seems to save. It's just that that image seems to forget where it comes from every time. Maybe I need to just make a new image source and live with it. Hello. We're going to have a nice relaxing little drive today, except jokes, I'm going to try out Smarden. So it's not going to be a nice relaxing little drive. However, as you might have noticed from me posting in the Discord server, why do bastards package their maps in such a way that, like, you have to download 12 other maps just in order to run them? Hang on, let me bring this over to my main monitor. So I'm in the middle of downloading all the stuff at the moment, and I figured, what the hell, if I'm going to sit here downloading all this stuff, I might as well get people to watch me sitting and downloading stuff and copying it into my OMSI folder, because they seem to like that more than watching me, say, drive race cars. Anyway, I'm not bitter at all. Not me. You would never find a trace of bitterness in my body. So how are we all doing? And should we put some dumbass music on? Like, you've got to download... So, as far as I can tell, there are 4... I had to try several times there. There are 4 maps that you have to download in order to be able to run this map. You've got to download Yorkshire Counties, you've got to download Buses of the West Country 2.9, you've got to download Farthington, and you've got to download Cotterell, and you've got to download Scunthorpe. There are 5. You've got to download 5 maps to make this one map work. And each of them is between 500 megs and a gigabyte. It's... And most of them contain... the Flora pack and BTV's pack. Yeah, shall we get some stupid music in there? I mean, that's what... No, we're going to just go with Pepsi Man. There he is. He's really there. See, on Bus of the West Country and Farthington and Cotterell, we've packaged everything in one installation folder. So you just have to drag and drop that installation and you're done. Does this violate some terms of service guidelines? It might do, but like I've got another gigabyte left to go. Should we have some Silver Gunner remixes, because those don't tend to get copyright strikes? Actually, Eurobeat Wii Shop channel. That's what you came here for, right? So after that we've got this McDonald's and this Council Estate pack, all 3 Floras, the DAF XF, the Terrain Splines, the Road Detailing pack, which I already have several copies of, but whatever. Blue Roads, the C400R, which I already have installed, but whatever, and the Enviro 200MC, which I already have installed, but whatever. Also, tell me if the music's too loud compared to my voice, because it might be at the moment. Cotterell. Unfortunately, I'm not going to say no, it's not coming, but the original plan was to do a relatively short filler project with it, and that's all kind of been delayed, basically because Jaden's moved house. So he hasn't had an internet connection for a good long time. And that means that he's not been able to work on it for a while, so he's gone back to Buses of the West Country 3, which is what we wanted to be working on at the moment. I don't know how far he actually got. I might ask him. But no, originally it was going to be the kind of project we could turn around in the space of a week or two. But obviously it's like a month or 2 later now. But yeah, he's moved house, he's had a lot of trouble with his internet. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Yes. Don't worry, everything's perfectly plain and simple. Yeah. No, I hope you understand. I was hoping. Ooh, thank you for the whatever that alert was for. It was a follower. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I've been streaming a lot more regularly recently. Most of my streaming is on Saturdays and Wednesdays most of the time. Saturdays I do Sim Saturdays, where I do a bunch of sim driving, and then through the rest of the week I just occasionally hop on whenever I have time and do like some blendering, some map making, that kind of stuff. But yeah, Sim Saturdays I'll either be doing an endurance race or I'll just be driving around in OMSI. I like the endurance racing. My audience doesn't like the endurance racing, but I like the endurance racing. Last time we went through 3 engines. No, that was the time before last. I was a couple of years ago. That was just a summer job. But no, I spent a couple of months doing that. There will be at some point, but at the moment, so I'll just quickly show you what the priority is at the moment. At the moment I'm finishing off my master's project, so I can actually get my degree, which would be nice to have. This is my master's project. Take a good look at it. You're going to love it. This is going to be what you came here for, right? This is what you wanted to see. Give it a moment. I mean, I have spent quite a long time on this, but this is my master's project. This, ignore all the red stuff, that's because I didn't run the initialization script before I started it. This is a lock-in amplifier. And if you can understand this now, then my degree has not been as difficult as I thought it was. I mean, the operation, it's relatively simple, really, but it's relatively simple from a degree level perspective, not from a, like, yeah, this is my project at the moment. this is modelling a lock-in amplifier, which is a very specific kind of amplifier designed to remove low-frequency noise, which is quite significant in a lot of sensing systems. It's specifically noise which occurs after the which occurs within the sensor itself rather than the original signal source. Should I turn my ticker on? There we go. We've got a ticker. Oh, proper streamer now. Right, come on. Why did you have to make me download multiple gigabytes before I even started? I need to keep that window separate. Oh, he's going to do exactly the same thing he was doing before. You're just going to get two of them. Use whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to save a bit of time. I'm going to check whether I actually have the C400 and the E200 already installed. Yeah, I have the E200. Do I have the C400? I do. Yeah, I'm not going to bother downloading the new versions or downloading additional ones of them. Roadhog's Road Detailing Pack, I must already have that. There's no way I could not have it. I think that's why people normally break it down into 6-hour chunks or something. What else am I looking for? Blue Roads. No, I don't have Blue Roads. I'm going to assume I don't have terrain splines. I probably do have the DAF, but I'm just going to download it again anyway. But yeah, look, I'm going to install Yorkshire for the first time as well. Also, this new processor and this new SSD are insanely fast at decompressing stuff. The C200, that is like the C200 and the 201. Those are the two things that I'm most excited about in the entire thing. Because the C200 is going to be perfect for rural maps. Like, we've got the E200 MMC at the moment, but like most rural routes really don't have the up-to-date vehicle. So something that sort of smaller, more regional operators can use on routes out in the sticks is something we really haven't had. Because we have multiple nice double-deckers now. But we do not have a basic boggo, slightly scabby single-decker. I did the thing. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I'll show you something. It might take a moment because I'll actually have to download it because I rejigged all of my modelling folders a while ago. Hang on, where have I put it? Oh, Blender crashed. Oh yeah, that's because it's a Blender 2.8 file. Which one of these is not Blender 2.8? That one? Yes, but that has nothing in it. Do I have Blender 2.8 installed? No, we don't. Well, no, that's not quite true. We have the there we go. We have v3D's stuff. But yeah, this is something I was working on a while ago. It's Man1333's Dart, except that I have made a dashboard for it, which is actually where the steering wheel for v3D's Trident came from. Now yeah, this is my dashboard. I'm actually very happy with it. I think this is one of the nicest things I've made, probably. I'm very pleased with this. So, you know, I'd like to tie up all my loose ends before I move out of OMSI toward the end of the year. So maybe I'll see if I can put some time into this, but I don't know. Anyway. While we're on this theme, shall we move over to... so let's just go Megalovania first. But anyway, shush. You didn't hear me say anything about that. I'm moving out of OMSI because I'm starting work on my own simulator. Because I'm bored of OMSI and its limitations. And I do not like the look of Lotus. And I've kept on looking at Lotus and thinking, oh, why are you doing it like that? I could do that better. So I figure I might as well just put my money where my mouth is and try to do better. Okay, I already have Floras 1, 2 and 3, so I can save a big old download there. But yeah. Where do you want me to put this? Lotus looks like OMSI 3, but with a much more powerful editor, but also a much harder to use editor. Extract Stevo buildings to the scenery objects folder. Okay. That's slightly vague. We should probably have vetted that slightly better. Oh, it's 2016. Oh, fair enough. We weren't really being that picky in 2016. But this is the thing. Readmes like this, which tell you just like, does it mean put the contents of this in scenery objects or put this in scenery objects? And the worst thing is when the map makers interpret it differently as well, because you can have two different map makers deciding to install it in two different folders. So you might already have it installed, but it doesn't work with one map and it does work with the other because the two map makers have interpreted the installation instructions incorrectly. So if you're wondering why we're so picky about our upload requirements and our README requirements, that's exactly why. Because it is a pain in the butt to work out things like that. Also the number of people who have tried to copy the entire splines folder, or who have splines/splines, for instance. It's a mess. Well, there's a very good reason why we're very picky. Okay, that should be everything, but let's run map tools first. Have I got a copy of map tools on this installation? No, I probably have one hanging around in one of the other ones, don't I? Possibly in the broken play copy. Yes. I don't know why this one doesn't work. It just didn't work, so I just renamed it Broken, and now I don't use it. This PC, P drive, program files, Steam's DMaps, common. OMSI 2 maps, Smarden. And I might as well check the other 4 maps that I've had to install just in order to install this map. So I've seen a few screenshots of this map and it looks pretty good in a lot of places, but there's also a bunch of places where it looks really quite iffy. So I don't know, I'm going to have a drive and see what I think of it. I mean, the more important thing today, like if something goes badly wrong with this one, then missing splines 5. Oh, wait. Oh my god. I bet that the entire requirement for Farthington Demo is for this one spline. That's the broken copy. Yep, I bet it's that one spline that needs adding. Yeah. If you ever wonder why we're picky about our upload requirements, I am sure they are. I have no idea. Recommend me one. What do you reckon? $347 or $349? Cool. And lower strum. Oh, that's why you want me to do them. Also, I still can't believe that this is... I think it's my second most... I mean, only 470 people decided they wanted a copy of this in their OMSI. Right. It is jumper time, I think. Yeah, but like, there's 470 people who think that this is the best joke in the world. Like, I think this has more reactions than my than Farthington Demo does. Yep. 20 more. Reviews 8. Reviews 21. Oh yes. You're going to see my camera adjusting its lighting levels quite a lot, I would have thought. Let's see if we get a little more light in here. This room doesn't have the best lighting for streaming. So, what about these probably extremely old Roadhog pack ones? Like, did anyone even test this? Good, the music level's probably about right, isn't it? But yeah, that does sound like a really old spline, doesn't it? I'm probably going to have to go and dig out wherever that's supposed to come from. Just discovering that every single one of these already exists. It's such a good cover. I'm not making full use of my 3000 megabyte a second drive here, am I? 5000, sorry, I got the PCIe Gen 4 one. I bet it's still missing. What's that other map tools program that people use? Because I've seen some people using one that seems to do a deeper dive. I've never picked it up. I wrote one myself a while ago. It actually represented all the tiles of the map on a visual grid. The idea was that it would also be able to move tiles around, so you'd be able to shift all the tiles by a certain offset. Right. Yeah, the idea is you'd be able to shift it around, and you'd also be able to... Yep, still missing those ones. You'd be able to shift it around, and you would also be able to merge two maps together. And it would do that by offsetting all of the object ID numbers. Right, here comes another 2.10 gigabytes, most of which will probably already exist in this installation. I've already changed the AI list to be my own vehicles. Now, that was the first thing I did when I downloaded it, is I swapped the AI list to my own ones. Yep, now we've got to all the bits that already exist. Now it's going to discover that they already exist. Meanwhile, my internet says I should probably pause the streaming of... I should probably pause the OneDrive syncing, because it's currently trying to upload 30 gigabytes of simulation data that I've generated today. Right, so what kind of ancient-ass version of Roadhog's pack do you reckon those splines come from? Because we're going to have to find them, or we're going to have to swap them. Jesus Christ, you ended up 4.5 minutes late. Okay, if you're ending up that late, I have no chance. Older version, yep. He is, yes. More so than the entirety of the rest of the OMSI community combined. We probably need to trim down the number of recommended things that we have after a bit. In the town where I was born lived a man who sailed to sea, and he told us of his life. See, I will bet you any money that the entirety of Farthington Demo, so 2 gigabytes, is being installed to use one spline. I will bet you any money. Yeah, I mean, if this doesn't work out well, then I can always just use Bus of the West Country 2.9 or Scunthorpe or Yorkshire, both of which are maps that I've actually never played before. I haven't played Smarden, Yorkshire or Scunthorpe. I mean, actually, I've only played a relatively small... I've found a few maps that I like, or ones that I've been working on, and I just stick to those, really. There's Bus of the West Country 2.9, Farthington Demo, though obviously you can get very bored of that very quickly, I'm well aware of that. Cotterell, now again, very small. That's about it for UK maps I actually bother driving. Oh, and Gainsborough. I drive Gainsborough quite a lot. I really like Gainsborough. It's rough around the edges, but it really has a nice feeling to it. Like, it really feels like an actual place. It doesn't feel like a slightly weird, like... Yeah, but that's you, isn't it? It doesn't feel like a slightly weird compressed caricature of a town. It feels like a town. Come on, come on, come on. Aside from that, I drive European maps. Though actually I haven't been driving much OMSI as a whole lately. Right, let's run map tools another time. I don't think I've missed any important maps. None at all. Nothing important is missed. I mean, I'm quite looking forward to Hilden. And obviously London. Hey! Actually, it was all contained in Farthington. Does that mean Farthington contains a version of Roadhog's pack which is obsolete? Because if it does, I should probably do something about that and break this map. Serve them right. Serve them right for using another map as a dependency. I thought I did. I'm pretty sure that I did. I think I would have caught something like that. I distinctly remember going through and swapping the road surface markings, like the slow markings, to the latest version. I've done that at least once. Oh no, map broken. Cannot use map. Post on forums that map is broken and cannot use it. That's a lot of options. I want some depot. The number of people who don't understand that button is right there. Try it. Use some brain. A little bit of intelligence goes a long way. Yep. Oh no, it's lost my options. That means it won't have my inputs either. So, just real quick, inputs. And options.config. Just include a last situation file with your maps, guys. Don't do what we did. I should set up a stream playlist. What do you think? What does it say in the title? Are you thinking 11.5 meters? But yeah, I should put together a stream playlist of vehicles of music that I can play that won't get me copyright striked, which will be almost entirely synthwave and Eurobeat, I would have thought. With a bit of Silver Gunner. Hey, and we've got a frame rate too. I've heard a lot of people saying that the frame rate is appalling. But I'm pinned at 60. I mean, I have just built a brand new computer. with a 3600 which I've overclocked. There we go, there was the 40s. Hello, you heard the words. Hello, I haven't seen you for a bit. I think we're going to go with a B5TL short wheelbase to start with. That feels like the most likely one to make it around.
Food.
Ah.
Bother. Shall I bring it out?
B5TL 10.5 meters. Oh, it's going to have the 35 kph speed limiter on it, isn't it? How many posts have there been on the forums about lol bus no go fast? Oh yeah, no HOF file. I am a professional streamer. One completely professional streamer. I know exactly what I'm doing. I've played OMSI before. I know how it works. Should I just autoplay and see what happens? Yep, you're absolutely right. But I did it. That was Smart and AI. Where's Smart and Normal? There isn't a Smart. There is a Smart and Normal. There it is. I am blind. Blind as a bat. However, with my PCIe Gen 4 SSD and my Ryzen 3600, it really doesn't take long to load anymore. Yeah, yes I am. I'm particularly excited about it because of a discussion I've had with a developer that I'm not going to tell you about. So you can sit there and wonder what that might have been about. Yes, it would be. A Ryzen 3400G, it won't be the top performer in the world, but it'll perform as well as the highest end computer from 5 years ago would have. So, yes, that will be a really good thing for OMSI. Just make sure you pair it with enough RAM that the... so OMSI itself doesn't need much RAM, but you need enough RAM for background tasks, and also you need enough RAM for the onboard graphics, so I'd recommend pairing it with at least 8GB. Well, if you're looking at a 3400G, you're probably not looking at like intense video editing or that kind of thing, so just RAM is super cheap at the moment. It's extremely cheap, so just get like 8GB of 3200 or 3000 MHz RAM to go with it, and you will be golden. Ryzen performance is affected quite strongly by the frequency of the RAM. In order to make use of that RAM, you will have to enable it in the BIOS. If you're getting a GTX 1660, don't bother with the 3400G then. Just get, I mean, if you can find one, get a 3300X, because that thing, if you can find it, is sort of the best value processor that you can get. But you do not need a 3400G, the G is for graphics, if you're getting a GTX 1660 as well. You might as well save yourself the money. Unless you want it just as a fallback, so that if the graphics card ever fails or something goes wrong, you can just use the integrated graphics. But yeah, you can also save yourself the extra RAM. Let me see, what's the current regular Ryzen? This is what I have. Yeah, so there's the Ryzen 3100 and there's the 3400G. So, I mean, they all perform equivalently at the same clock speeds, 4.2, 3.9, but they're all overclockable. Honestly, I'd save yourself the 50 quid because... Oh, this is an important thing, actually. While they both say they're 3000 series, right? One's a 3100 and one's a 3400G. The 3400, the G series are all made on the last generation. So the 3400 isn't equivalent to the 3100, it's equivalent to like a 2100, so last generation's processor. So it's actually significantly slower, even though the clock speed is higher, if that makes sense. So since you don't need the onboard graphics, just get the 3100, save 50 quid and get a faster processor. It's all wins. Right, now I just need to make sure that my game volume is high enough that that I'm not just... Hang on. My volume control is hidden behind OMSI because of course it is. No problem. I'm going to make my life a bit easier. So, hang on. Oh, we're not in steering wheel mode, are we? Right, I need to adjust my volumes a little bit, so bear with me a moment. I know that this isn't exactly a loud bus, but I want you to at least be able to hear it. Is that audible at all? I mean, it is very quiet, this bus. Right, I might just have to ramp up the volume all the way then. Is my game volume all the way up? No. That might have something to do with why it's so quiet. I mean, it's still quiet, obviously, but... How are we doing? Yeah, it is a very quiet bus. Oh no. Oh god. Of course this would be the piece of music it puts on next. Right. Can somebody just give me a quick mic check? So, one thing that I am quite excited about with this bus is that Kyle has spent quite a lot of time on optimization work. So all of the textures are now DDS's. All of them are much more efficient. The bus loads a lot faster and it takes a lot less texture memory when it is loaded. Don't know why I was using the clutch there. Ah yes, those cars that all bus drivers drive to work in the morning. Identically liveried taxis and a FedEx van. Wait, hang on. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. So, not in service bus station. Yeah, we are going this way. And I'm quite liking the map so far. Thank you. I've spent quite a long time on it. I recognise this junction. Wansome Station. It's the same station building everybody uses because it's the only station building. You know what? I'm going to turn the music off now because, like, we're in the game now. I had the music on basically because, there we go, that's the one. I had the music on because I wanted to have something going on while I was downloading stuff. But now that we're just driving, let's have the music off. Right, so you said 347, didn't you? Oh, hello. It's the wrong day. Day. That's a Saturday, that's a Thursday. Hang on. Let's have a Wednesday. Shall I have a look at the included documentation? Is that a thing I should do? Ooh. So, we're in Wansome at the moment. Okay, there's the train station, there's the bus station. There's that. Is that the depot? Where's the depot? Wansome School. Where's the depot? Because basically I turned left and ended up at the station, so I assume this must be the depot then. Okay, and there's the bus station. Okay. And the timetables. Oh. So if I want to drive the 347, then I need duty 1 and 1640 from Wansome bus station. Duty 1 and 1640. Did I not start a new game? And any weekday, if I've got this right. It's no longer Wednesday, my dude. I'm sorry. Wednesday is now illegal! Hang on. If I press the repeat button here, do I get to... Oh! Are you still here, Nick? Because there's a repeat button here that I can use to repeat your donation a few days ago, which you never got the chance to hear in text-to-speech. Shall we see if it works?
I don't really know what to put in here, but I'm still going to use up all the characters to be annoying, so now I'm going to type some random letters. Lol.
No, it is Thursday, my dudes. So it was Thursday at 16 o'clock, wasn't it? 16:10. Okay. So where's the bit that people say tanks their performance? Oh, this one's got rattles. I like the rattles. You're probably all going to complain at me if I don't switch it back to smooth view, aren't you? Because you all like smooth view. I prefer just flicking to the next view. I find that's less distracting than the smooth transition. This all actually looks pretty nice so far. I quite like this. Yeah, let's have smooth view. I knew it. Yes, having head movement off is so much nicer. But no, I quite like this. I quite like the town so far. Also, the views are so much better in this thing now. Oh, the dog's gone out because it's woofing time. Yeah. Or on any corner ever. I quite like this. This is quite nice. I mean, I know there's a lot of Freeman stuff around here, which isn't the prettiest modelling in the world, and is also extremely inefficient. But honestly, the overall impression is really good at the moment. Also, the overall impression of the bus is really good at the moment. The sounds are so nice. Duty 2. So, shall we just do the... wait, which... that one? Let's do that one then. I mean, this one seems to work. Oh, there's a few different versions of it, okay. Let's start with that one though. Oh, 16081 does the full route, okay. Right, so that was Bay A6, wasn't it? Door alarm. Also, those shelters ought to be half a metre back. Gonna tail swing them. So it's bay A6? Where's bay A6? A5? Hang on, which bay? Ooh. Where's my timetable? No, it's bay A5, not A6. Right, so now you'll all laugh at me if I try to use the destination controller, won't you? I don't know the codes for this. Do you want to tell me the codes? I bet you want to tell me the codes, don't you? Line, route. Hoff file isn't set up for the G3, okay. 347, and it was 347 to Rye. That's the full route version.
Hey, driver.
What?
This is the one to Rye, isn't it?
Hello.
Hello.
What have we got ticket selling set to?
Looking for-
None. Let's not have none. Let's have easy.
What?
Hello.
Cool. Right.
You're looking for.
We're on the way. What's the time? Well, the time is time for me to correct my button assignment because my left-right views are no longer working on the steering wheel again. Cool, right, it's just forgotten it's a G27. What's the time? 16:08. When was I leaving? Was it 16:10? Yep, I'm leaving at 16:10. I can hear C400s indicating around me. So I can't play with collisions on, I don't think, because it uses a lot of BTV's buildings, and a lot of them aren't really good with collisions. It's still too early to set off. I'm getting impatient. Come on, guys. Yeah, I thought not. That's another thing my sim needs, is a better way to handle collisions. Basically, collisions need to be off by default, rather than having to specifically tag them as being no collision versions. Yeah, anyway, they have started repainting our buses. Oh, I saw something I didn't know we had today, which is one of the local bus companies, Young's, has bought a bunch of Enviro 500s, the old style ones, which I think is really cool because I think those are really good looking. The Armco barriered corner is impossible in the London Airlines without tearing panels off. Awesome, I'll look forward to it. I assume so, as Dublin's got rid of a lot of them recently, haven't they? But yeah, they use them on contract work. Oh, hello. Do you guys want to get on as well? Yep. I mean, I'm going to let them on.
Can I have a return, please? Excuse me.
Hi, a sky rider, please.
Yep.
How you doing? What's that?
Because Glasgow had the. Hang on, weren't the
Return to the. Thank you very
weren't the
much.
Dublin ones Volvos? Because Dublin only ever buys Volvos, and
Return,
the
please. Thanks very much.
Glasgow ones Integrals.
And
What
can I have a
Integrals,
return,
whatever you
please?
A day rider, please.
Just a single, darling. Excuse me, Duck.
I thought so. Yeah, I mean, I shunted at Fenstanton Depot for the guided busway buses. Right, so I don't know the route at all. All I know is that I'm going to be 5 minutes late at least. So I'm going to get a shuffle on. And also that it's extremely narrow and that there's a point about 10 or 15 minutes in where the frame rate is going to tank. Yeah, I mean they came in well after I stopped. I don't know, the livery is okay on them. They would have looked so much better in the
Lovely.
the normal
Cheers.
busway
Just a single,
livery.
please, driver.
The livery kind of works on them. What I'm not looking forward to is, aren't the gold buses going to be painted into the coach livery? Or are they just going to be painted in interurban? It did, yes. We've got a lot of them from London. They're really nice, except they... Oh, hello. They're really nice, except they have rock hard seating. Am I via retail park? Tell me. No, I'm not via retail park, I don't think. Yep. Yep, it's the 1339 and X13. So how's he pathed this? Well, I'm going to pretend... Oh, hello. That's how he's pathed it. Our park and rides are 3.5 years old. They're 66 plates. He just decided to come through me from behind. I mean, if you're talking about the contract time, the 400s which preceded them outstayed their welcome. Because it was supposed to be 5 years, but they ended up staying from 2008 to 2016. So they ended up there for 8 years. So who knows? Also, obviously, the contract has been a bit flexible because originally the contract was for full-height dual-door buses. Ah, the repaints. Ours just don't get repainted. it's a nice little route. Now imagine this with shadows and a frame rate. Because that's basically my goal. I mean, Whippet used to have interesting buses, but look where we are now. They got rid of all the interesting ones. Both of the rows, the roos. Right. All of the lovely Scanias. They had such a nice set of Scanias. And they just repainted them when they had to be thrown away, because it turned out that in order to be DDA compliant they had to have the front wheel arches widened, which is about 10 grams worth of welding and rebuilding work, because you actually have to widen the front wheel arches in order to do it. So they just threw them away. And obviously the ex-stagecoach DAFs, which fell apart. Got to be left, hasn't it? I wasn't actually looking. Yes. I'm going. I honestly don't know. We still have a lot of them. They still make up the majority of the fleet. That's going to be curb crunch. Okay. I mean, all I know is we've been getting some weird buses on our route during lockdown, because we're quite a long way out from Cambridge itself. This ain't right. I thought that wasn't right. Oh, I see. I just didn't see the route marker because I was going around the corner so tightly I never had a chance to see it. But like, we had the park and ride buses out in the sticks. They were basically only running the park and ride buses for the first few weeks of lockdown because they were just running the buses. Thank you, G27, very cool. OMSI's force feedback is weird. It has no dampening. Yeah, this is the first time out with the new liveries on the vans. And with Priuses. I really like the rattling. Well, a lot of buses in OMSI do it. How's my tail swing? I'm just curious, how am I tail swinging? I'm fine. This is just kind of a challenge map, isn't it? It's not... yeah. traversing without a guide again. I know. I mean, the problem is it's a challenge map designed for the C400, and the C400, as we all know, is 10 centimeters too narrow. Which means that with any other actually correct width bus, this is Smarden, which is a new map which recently released on Fellas Film. And it's very pretty and very challenging to drive so far. I have seen screenshots of bits which I think really aren't very pretty, which sort of the rural bits are a bit off. But so far, I really quite like it. It makes pretty reasonable use of the assets that it has. Okay. But yeah, it makes pretty reasonable use of assets. It looks generally relatively convincing. We're going to pretend that whoever's behind us is getting out of the way. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go on those. I really like the rattling. Yep, it's definitely a challenge map, isn't it? I do not think it was built to be the most, like, realistic map in the world. I think it was built to be fun to drive. Are you suggesting replacing something in a bus with something from the C400 because it'll be less broken? Because I have no idea what timeline we're in. Well, this wouldn't have been hard at all if there hadn't been something coming the other way. Yeah, this is a bread van route. Oh, are you not going to move?
Single. Lovely
And
cheese.
ready to mingle. He's not going to move because I'm blocking his side of the road. I can't do much about that. Now we're looking on that side. Plenty of room. Okay, you can see how far we are from the van. Yeah, I should do, shouldn't I? That would be more reasonable than this. Right, are you gonna go? No? Oh, fuck it. Right, I've paid my heed to realism. That's all you're getting. Oh, come on. You've got room. I don't, I'm already on the curb on the left. Okay. Right, curb eating time. Nom 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 nom. Jeez, Governor. What the hell's going on with your driving? I'm really not, am I? There we go. Things would be very hard to make a traffic system which deals with that kind of situation better. Do you not even want to get on? You don't, do you? Oh yeah, there are several routes that come through. There are several routes that come through there? Really? You're giving way to me. Okay. Well, I'm gonna boot it. This looks like a slightly more major road. Am I via school? Yes, I am via school. Yep. Want some school? Do you want some fun? Hey kids! Look at all these school kids. Hi guys! How was your day at school? That good, eh? There we go.
Good day, driver. Signal, please. Press the signal, darling.
So how far behind am I now?
Single, please.
8 minutes late.
Attention, please.
Can I have a return, please? Thank you very much.
As usual, right, please.
Alright, return ticket.
Lovely. Cheers.
One day rider, please, driver.
Alright, return ticket, please.
Yep. Half an hour late. Here we come. I should probably take one of these out on a more reasonable route at some point soon, shouldn't I? Oh, he's gonna let me go, okay. Isn't Purebeck, however you wish to pronounce it, Kerbonk, the name of a water bottle company brand? Like Purebeck Springs or something? Nope, the fuzzer behind me. Oh, now it narrows. I thought I might have had an actual bit of road for a bit, but nope. Oh good. It might be wide enough by the time I reach them. Yeah. And everybody's wing mirrors survived. Oh, go on. Right. Realism be damned. OMSI AI just cannot handle those situations, so I'm not going to humour it. Oh my god! AI, please! Yeah, that one wanted to go. Okay, so the thing which is spoiling this is the AI. The AI is not capable of dealing with the situations this map is giving it. Case in point. You know what? You know what? You know what? Let's just drive somewhere that works. You know? Let's do that. Let's do that instead. I'm tired of this. You can't just force it, like, it's pretty, but you can't just force OMSI's AI to do stuff that it is just incapable of doing. So I've never driven Yorkshire before either, so this will be a first for me. But no, I was really enjoying the bus. Does it have a HOF? That's what I'm after. It does. It has a HOF for Yorkshire V2. Cool. Oh, that was a C400 indicator tick. This is giving me Keetlestone vibes. Yes, I installed everything. When it said you need this map in order to be able to run this, then I just got everything for all the maps. I didn't get bozzed. Yeah, let's have a two-door stealth B5LH. I mean, what I actually want is a two-door stealth open-top B5LH. That's the version I really wanted. But Kyle's not giving it to us. And we only have the Yorkshire demo livery, which will almost certainly have a thingamadoodly-doo, a 35-mile-an-hour limiter on it. So we can look forward to that. So I don't know Yorkshire at all. Well, What do you want me to do? I know you're just going to say the map which this bus doesn't fit around. Whatever that map is, that's the one you're going to say. Have I got a rattly boy? Route 17 is very nice. I'll do Route 17 then. Grainsthorpe, Peak District. So presumably we're more towards the Grainsthorpe end of things at the moment. Breaking all sorts of regulations by logging in while on the move. Yeah, this is quite nice so far. I mean, everything looks significantly nicer if you turn if you force on anti-aliasing. I'm not sure if that comes across in the streams. So I have got the route markers on, haven't I? Yeah, okay. There just aren't any yet. That depends whether you have an NVIDIA or an AMD graphics card. If you're on integrated graphics, you're out of luck. But if you have an AMD graphics card, the process is that you go into the AMD settings, the AMD Radeon settings. Yes, you can force it on through the NVIDIA control panel. NVIDIA's control panel setup for this is a bit less nice than AMD's one. But for AMD, the process is kind of similar for NVIDIA. Just Google it. But you basically go to here, you force it to override the application settings rather than enhance or use. And then you just set your anti-alias. You choose multi-sampling, that's the best quality to performance ratio that you can get. And you just set whatever anti-aliasing level you want, which I might as well just set to 8x now. And the result is no more jaggies, and your screenshots will look a lot nicer. Yeah, the processor will be a little bit different with NVIDIA. I did it on, like, I know that you can do it on an NVIDIA card because I had an NVIDIA card for a long time, and I did it on that card. I have a Radeon RX 580 at the moment. I'm hoping to upgrade sort of early next year. Yes, you override the application setting. Because then you can force it to be turned on even if the application doesn't allow it. Yes, I agree. The road textures I'm really not a big fan of. You're welcome. Also these weird sort of flat bits. So there is a... this is Yorkshire counties. So there is like a gradient there, but it just goes up, stays flat, goes down, stays flat again. So, you know, it's... that doesn't look tall enough. This does not look like a tall enough bridge. Oh, barely. Okay. But yeah, the road texture is also the flying fence posts. Have I got my object settings all the way up? No, I haven't. That might have something to do with why... okay, I also discovered that actually you can get a lot of frame rate back if you do this. AI traffic is on a reasonable setting. Yep. That all works for me. But that might be why I was missing some significant objects. So I am the 70. I've found that setting the dynamic tile count reduction more aggressively tends to net you a better frame rate. And so if you reduce the tile count below like 40 FPS instead of the default 17 FPS, and then increase it when it gets above like 50 FPS, I've found that yields a significant performance improvement, though it might also mean that it has to reload stuff more often, so you might get more stutters while you're loading stuff. But since I'm running this off a PCIe Gen 4 SSD, stutters on loading stuff isn't too much of a worry for me anymore. But having multiple tiles loaded really kills performance. I should switch this to use my AI. My AI. Yes, I have. I have heard many things about it. I don't know how many things about it to public, but I've heard quite a lot of things about it in private. I don't know what he said outside of what he said to me, because I don't really keep tabs on that kind of thing. Yep. Okay. You do know. Cool. So I just made the Smarden AI list mine. So I'm going to make this one mine as well. I'm like marking them. That should improve matters a little bit. I'd also be very tempted to just switch out the road surface textures, but I suspect that'll take a long time, because I doubt that everything is kept in one place. No idea. I talk to Salah every now and then, but honestly I haven't kept up with Yorkshire counties. I mean, to the extent that I never even played the original. I sort of looked at it and decided it's not really for me. And Smarten would be for me if the OMSI AI worked, which it doesn't. This is why when I path small side roads like the ones in Smarden, I ban AI from them. My AI is not going to be released until London is. So it will also not be used in anything else until London. So if his comes out before London, it will not be with my AI. It is initially London exclusive, but it will go... Oh, it's got default registration plates. Hang on, I'm going to change the registration plate list as well real quick. No, I haven't. Yeah, that's a point. I said that I would show that. Hello. Thank you for the follow. WD person. Sound like... I was going to try and make a WD-40 kind of joke, but then I realised, like, sounds like you're really well lubricated? I thought better of it. And then I thought, no, that's funny. Mm-hmm. Hang on, what was I doing? I've lost my train of thought. I was changing the registration list to the one from Farthington, because Farthington has an actual reasonable set of registrations. not the Berlin ones. Yeah. But I don't have Strathshire. Actually, do I have Strathshire on this install? I don't know if I do or don't. In any case, Strathshire performs like shit. Yeah, I know he's been putting a lot of work into it. I don't want to show a map that performs like shit on the stream. You know. I mean, that doesn't stop most people, but I'd like to actually maintain a frame rate. I have standards. And my standards are higher than Strathshire. Come on. Yes, okay. Fair point. I'll do the best I can to optimise whatever I can. And to try and encourage Reese into optimising what he can. Main thing I want to do is encourage him into using DDS textures, like the Gen 3 pack, incidentally, has just switched to. Because DDS textures, if you did not already know, so in video memory, all textures are converted to bitmap textures, which means that in video memory they take up a lot of space. Whether they were PNGs, Targas, JPEGs, whatever they were to start with, when they're in video memory they are bitmaps. And that means they're completely uncompressed. Unless, bye-bye wing mirror, unless you're using DDS textures, because DDS textures are a special DirectX format which is remains compressed inside video memory. Five head. But yeah. But yeah, that's why both the master switch buses and the studio polygon buses have recently all switched to DDS textures, because they remain compressed in video memory, which means that they A, load a lot faster, and B, take up a lot less video memory while they're being used, which means that you are much less likely to get white textures now than you were before. Nope, you literally save it as a DDS with the appropriate compression settings. That's it. Done. You have to re-export the model with the DDS textures on it. But other than that, that's the entire process. You just save the textures as a DDS, you re-export the models with the new textures on them. So hang on, where was I supposed to start this route? Have I reached the... editing the O3D is a bit dodgy. It's easier to edit the X file. Ah, see, I don't know where the bus station is. Cool. I'm going to suggest that he does that. Also, I know I've mentioned this a few times, but I appreciate any feedback that anyone fancies giving on my AI vehicles that I've made. Straight along the road, get to the roundabout, turn right through bus lane afterwards. Cool. For some reason, the Mini is the one that I like the least. And I'm really not sure what it is about it that I don't like, but there's something about it that I'm not particularly happy with. I don't know. Also, I'm tempted to change the brake light shine to be 3 blobs instead of 2. Yes. I mean, I have at least added a few tar splatters around the rear of the front axle by default. But yeah, that needs to be dirty. Should be quite easy to do. There is actually something that I would no, every map that's had a depot has had a depot run, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, Botwa 2.9 has depot runs. Hello. These sounds are pretty good. Also, it looks like I've got those brake lights in the wrong place. I need to do something about that. Big ass 30 limit signs. Yeah. I think the thing that he's letting this down the most is... Well, no, there's 2 things that are letting this down for me. One is the road surface texture, and the other one is the complete and utter lack of any gradient. Oh, I really like the random rattles at idle. That's a really cool touch. This must be the bus station. Oh look, it's got the Farthington bus station entry assets. I like seeing where my assets pop up. The thing is, there's a hill, but in between the hills it's dead flat. And there ought to just be gradients everywhere. Stand C, that's where we start from. This is quite nice because this is the kind of place which would just be flat. Like, this feels like a very sort of reasonable layout. Right. Am I going to embarrass myself with the destination controller? Yeah, I know what you mean. But I've never played it before and a lot of people like it, so I figured I would play it. I'm doing the 17. There might be a Desti list behind you. Ah! Yes, it's for... Right, yes, it's for Grundorf. Cool. Let's just try plugging in numbers. 1 7 0 1. No? One, 7 1. Nope. Wee. Okay, I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. Oh god, where's our terminus? We're going to the Peak District. Oh, it's 0010. Cool.
Morning, sweetie. What day ride the please, driver? Java.
If you play Smarten, I'm going to recommend you turn the AI right down. Because it's kind of pretty for most of it, but also the AI just doesn't work.
What? Oh, I return ticket, please.
But yeah, so I mean, Keetlestone and Yorkshire, in my mind, are sort of two of a kind. They're both... They just don't have that real-world feel to me. Oh, hey, I made that years ago. People keep complaining it's too big. I made it to a set of diagrams. But, yes, you're absolutely right that it does look way too big. So I have no idea how that happened.
Morning, sweet signal, please. Java.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Smarten is that it doesn't work. It's not a functional map. 1447. Just, we're going to ignore that old lady's chin. We just don't talk about it, alright? We're never going to talk about that old lady's chin ever again. That's a lie. We're going to quite frequently, probably every time she turns up. It's kind of hard not to. Are they any good? I mean, it seems like a bit of an odd pack to sell, really. Because, like, I mean, that and the AI packs, you have to manually adjust stuff. See, Freeman stuff is fine if it's used effectively. So 17A goes that way, but where does the 17 go? I'm going to assume also that way. That cliff is interesting as a choice. That's an... I am a 17. Oh yes, I am a 17A, aren't I? Yeah, as a design choice, that cliff's a bit odd. Yeah, I wonder what V3 is going to be like.
Oh, hello.
Oh god, this
All
voice
right.
pack.
Thank you very much.
It would just be better if they didn't talk. I keep pressing the rear door button. Oh. I could do, actually. Why is this signalled? Why is this a signal junction? Okay. Yeah, I might just have a chat with him again at some point. Are any of you interested in my setup? Are you interested in what's going on over here? Because I have a bit of an odd setup going on.
Hello. One day rider, please.
Oh well, the stuff by the UKDT is
Alright.
beyond compare. See, the thing with the Bland Council Estates is a lot of bus services run on Bland Council Estates. Oh, I love a good Thorpe. Honestly, I think Gainsborough is one of the most enjoyable maps to play at the moment. Because it just feels like a place in the real world. It's not a terribly interesting place in the real world, but it feels like a place in the real world. No, absolutely take what he's saying seriously. He's always completely serious. He hates the UKDT and everything they stand for. He actually once attempted to murder Jaden in his sleep. That was a real thing that happened. What glasses do I wear? Specsaver Specials. I have two sets, one of them slightly more square and stylish, and the other one is this pair, which I'm wearing at the moment. With anti-glare coatings. Because I spend far too much time in front of my computer, because both my work and my hobbies involves my computer. Ooh, that was a nice big stutter. What exclusive glasses reveal? Glasses reveal at 10k subs.
Hello. Return, please.
Go away, old lady.
Hi, Hanson.
Yep. Yeah. Tell you what, glasses reveal when you come and actually do an endurance race. How about that? There you go, glasses reveal in October. Everyone can look forward to it. That felt like a Freeman's Objects level tile load stutter there. See. Talking about Cambridge. Oh, this looks tight. God, imagine having a map in London. Ooh. And see, the problem I have with Yorkshire counties is when there's a gradient, it's always just something like this, where it just goes up and down for a bit, and then it goes completely flat for a bit. And then it goes down a bit. And then it just sort of wiggles up and down for a bit.
Hey, like, you know, the always supposed to go round and round all the way off.
They don't like the eye shift. Anyway, yes, the thing I was saying, you're talking about Cambridge. So, I have made it no secret as of late that I have been, for the last little while now, beginning work on my own simulator. You're not going to see anything interesting happen for a couple of months yet. Well, at the very least, very, very least, a month yet. Because I still have my final year project left of my degree to do. The van centipede. And I was thinking that the 2 maps that I would want to include with it as base game content would be Cambridge, including the guided busway, because then you've got a guided busway, which is one thing I want to include in the simulator's abilities. You've got city routes, so the park and rides basically, and you've got rural routes like the 13 and the 9 and 10 and 11. And then the other one I'd want to make would be Geneva, because I like the trolley buses in Geneva. I like the Swiss trolleys. I spent a while in Geneva years ago. By a while I don't mean like I lived there. But I spent some time in Geneva commuting around a bit, and I really liked the Swiss trolleys. They were really nice. Yep, that's exactly why I was there. But yeah, between the two, that would give me a good little variety of base game content. But you know, we're not even talking months in the future for that kind of thing, we're talking years in the future for that kind of thing. Because imagine how much time it takes to make a map in OMSI. I want my map editor to be... Why are there bus stop markings for car parks here? I want my editor to be more user friendly than OMSI. But like, add not only the time to make an entire city map, but also the time to make the entire simulator, and then you're getting an idea of what kind of timescale I'm thinking of working to.
Hello, mate. Hiya. Can you just die around, mate?
I'm very tempted to turn off
Thank you very
the
much.
passenger voices altogether. Wonder what would happen if I just deleted them while I'm going. Because obviously probably loads them on the fly, it probably doesn't keep them in memory. This bike lane on the left, right? I'm seeing a small problem here. I think there's a very minor issue with the bike lane. I mean, it does feel quite seafronty, I'll give it that. Is the sea level higher than the ground level? No, it isn't. Fair enough. Fair enough, and there's also a train full of oil tankers. How am I doing? Why do you not know what my timing should be? It's currently 15:10. Seafront Pier, 15:09. Ah, pretty much bang on time. Oh, I still have the rear doors open. Why are you allowed to drive away with the rear doors open but not the front? One thing I do quite like are these little markers that he's got here for specific instructions. I think that's quite neat. Yeah, there's something wrong with the back of the Mercedes too. They're just a bit empty. I mean, the thing is, the Mini doesn't have any branding on the back of it anyway, really, does it? I don't like the gradients on the markers. Wait, hang on. No, I meant to stop at the seafront roundabout as well? Okay, yes I am. Like 30 metres after the seafront pier stop. Cool. Oh, come on. On the next time around. Okay. So on the first time around you don't actually do that, but the passengers still want to get on anyway. And it's the third exit, which would be this one. Except the 17 goes that way. Well, yeah. Farthington is way too small, and I'm well aware of that. I mean, it's a demo, keep in mind. It was never meant to be the full map. I'm the 17A, so the 17 goes that way, all others go that way.
Oh, you pay more attention to that.
So actually I wasn't meant to stop there. Yes, 5 years actually. Oh. This bit's alright looking. Look, if you're gonna slag me off, at least slag me off accurately, alright? Oh, I don't need to indicate. Hi, dude. You should not be where you are. There's going to be a small problem here, which is that the back door is going to open into a fence.
Hello there.
Imagine a demo map worse than the thought maps. Wait. Oh, you're kidding me. Right. Oh, look at these beautiful, completely square roads. Huh? Ah, boy. Yes, geometric. No, this is one of a certain breed of maps. Keedlestone's another one. But just aren't...
Jesus, he's driving this like a madman?
There's a certain breed of maps like this that's just off. I'm hoping for good things for the payware version. I think we do need some... We might need some Cotterell therapy. What is the weakest... What What is the weakest engined bus in this entire pack? Strathshire also has a frame rate of 3. I have tried Smarden, I was driving it earlier. My conclusion is that it's quite pretty. 3 seconds per frame, yep. My conclusions are that it's quite pretty, but it tries to do things with the AI that the AI just can't do. And that sort of takes away from how enjoyable the experience is. Really, the AI should have been completely banned from a lot of the narrow streets. It's already a challenging enough drive without them. But with them, they just get stuck so often.
Christ, man, take it easy. My God, we'll never get there at this rate.
They really don't like the eye shift. Oh, those are nice houses. Mmm. Mmm. That's some 2007 Unity game level graphics, that is. Oh shit, no. Those are great. They're brilliant houses.
Can I have a return, please?
I didn't say anything about those houses being bad at all. They're beautiful. They fit in perfectly with the rest of the map. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be hurtful, but there is... 2007, they've aged really well, yes. Yep. Like, I don't want to be hurtful because, like, Sam is a really nice guy, but it's not great, is it? Look, it goes up a bit, and then it's flat, and then it goes down a bit. Coming from you, that's a bit rich.
Good day, driver.
I'd like a day rider, please.
Ah, yeah, they don't complain if you boot it. Fair enough. Right, well, I guess I know what we're doing now. Yeah, after this, I think we need some UKDT therapy. Ooh. That was a frame stutter at an awkward moment. Ah.
Hello.
Haven't we been here already? Oh, hello.
I'd like a day rider, please. Thank you very much.
I probably left behind a bunch of people, didn't I? Bowdenham's not taking us back 5 years. Bowdenham's like 2012? Right? 2013? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they're a hell of a lot better than they were. The real problem with AI sounds, and you'll hear this in the default vehicles too, is that they... you're not bothering to get on. The real problem with the AI sounds, which you will also hear with the default AI, is that when they change gear, they change it... Ooh, solid line going across. They change gear according to speed and nothing else. They do not have gearboxes, they just have sound ratios that vary according to their speed. So gear changes will always sound rubbish on them. Hello.
What? Alright, return ticket please.
Hang on, which way you go the second time round? That way, fair enough. I don't really get why there's traffic lights there, but okay. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. I've just made 22 gigabytes worth of experimental data today, and I figured that that was enough, so I'm playing with the Gen 3 update.
Alright, return ticket
I'm also
please.
playing on Yorkshire for the first time, which I have mixed feelings about.
Single.
There's definitely something wrong with the back of the Mini, and I'm really not sure what it is. See, the thing is, the bottom of the Mini is really wide at the back on the current Gen 1. Yeah. Worst driving I have ever experienced. Why are the sides of that wall of that bridge so high? Ooh. Yep, 37 miles an hour. Oh, that's a bus stand, not a bus stop. Ah, is this the terminus? Yeah, there's a number of failings in Yorkshire V2. Was I? Nah. Well, I'm not going to. Ha! So there. It really is. There's so many places where you have to cross solid lines. And there's a lot of questionable texturing. Right. Oh, I was very late. I mean, there's some stuff about it that I like, but... it's not the kind of thing I would normally play. Right, what should we play instead? Because I was forced to download every single map ever made in order to play Smarden. I'm not going back to Smarden for now. We need to do more Master Switch Gen 3 because that's the thing that came out today, so that's what's going to get the views. I haven't driven on Cotterell for a while. Should we drive the open topper at Cotterell? How's that for a plan? Yep, all 5 minutes of it. Oh yes, 5 high quality minutes. Oh yes, and it doesn't have the working AI trains that I just made. Hang on, it's using these ones. Have I got the... Oh, they're so nice, aren't they? Have I got the AI train I recently made installed at the moment? Because I was messing around with it on here, was I? Is this where I was messing around with it? Yes, it is. Boff boff. Where was I playing with it? I was playing with it on Grundorf, wasn't I? So if I just grab the... Actually, I was playing with it on Cotterell, wasn't I? So I can just grab the train AI list from there. There we go. And slap it into this one. With the new AI vehicles as well. Open top in the snow. Yep. That sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? You don't need to make a mod for it. It's a set var. It's set by the repaint. Read the manual. RTFM. Hang on. So I also need to grab my AI cars from here. Get rid of those. And replace all of these. Yep. Exactly. That is precisely what it is. Whee! There we go. Oh, we haven't got the real rail tag on. I need to slap in the real rail. Where do I need to slap in the real rail tag? Just anywhere, isn't it? Let me check. Imagine if OMSI did real rail by default. Yep. Imagine that. Imagine if trains just worked. Anyway, have an AI train. There we go. I know it's a VTech one, and it's in the West Country. But at least there's an AI train, and at least it's kind of appropriate. I hope we get a rattly one. Also, I hope you like the Lenta turbos, because you're going to hear that until this loads. Train says, "Wee!" Now that's what I just paid £600 to upgrade my PC for. It's a painful amount of money, but seeing as I'm going to be using this thing to earn all of my money for the foreseeable future, I figure it's worth investing in it. I have the means. I've had quite a lot of jobs. I've worked quite hard. And like I say, this PC is going to be my my money maker for the foreseeable future. Right, we open Top Boys now. Go into the exterior for a second. Did he ever fix that weird diving bug? My graphics card is still only an RX 580. Yeah. For OMSI Vega 11 will be absolute. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. For OMSI Vega 11 will be absolutely fine. What turned out to be the problem? It's this one, right? Nope. It's not as if I made this map or something, is it? I mean, in fact, I actually need to start in the bay that I started in over there. We also had to make a we just had to make route. Yeah, see, v1 integrated graphics are just another level to Intel integrated graphics. It's just a completely different beast. See, at least we managed to come up with a way to do something about reverse out bus stations for Cotterell. It's not perfect, but we managed to do something about it. Like, it works from a driver point of view. The AI buses don't stop. Yes, I'm going back around to start in the place where the route's expecting me to start. I'm still quite proud of the solution that we did manage to find, because we did make something that worked. The bay does work. It works absolutely as intended. The way it's in... Oh my god, the registration file is the default German one. So the way we had to do it, in order to make it work at all with the AI, is the AI does not know of the existence of this stop here. What there is instead is there is a bus stop cube here, which is just not linked to any route at all. So when any bus comes along with any destination, the passengers here will try to board that bus. Which means when you as a human player drive through, people will try to get on your bus over here. But the AI will ignore it altogether because it's not part of their route. So no, it's not listed on the timetable. Anyway, I'm going to fix the registration list. Is the reg list for that release of Buses of the West Country okay? I have never seen that problem before. Oh, this is the one with all the 5-0 plates. And all the 01 plates too. We tested it reasonably thoroughly. I have no idea. There we go. I don't know if that would do the same thing or not. I mean, I guess it should do. Here come that train again. Well, he ain't stopping. Yeah. No, that might be a good way around it. Right, so what's my timetable? 12:05. It is currently... it is currently 12:05. We leave in 2 minutes. Or we just go now. I mean, yeah, the thing is, however you try to get around it, you have to get around it by preventing the AI from stopping there, or just accepting that they're going to drive straight forward through the bus station building. Those are your two options. The new AI sounds are so much better than they used to be. They're still not ideal, but they're so much better than they used to be. Remind me, are these Ross timetables? Do I need to floor it? Good. That probably means that Ross thinks they're boring timetables. Would be nice if we'd got a rattly one, but oh well. I like the rattles. If you want, we can go and have a look at that next. Were you here the last time I did a drive-through of it? I mean, the one that I've... the one that I have at the moment is now relatively old, because Jaden's done a lot more work to it. I mean, obviously quite a lot of people, probably quite a lot of you, were watching it yesterday because he was busy working on it the other day. See, my timetable's working absolutely fine. There you go. Next stop, the pavilion. Sounds like a you problem. I will have to call it time relatively soon because I will have to do quite a lot of work tomorrow. He's not stopping. We've just got this one dude on the bus, and he's just standing there. That's one thing I would quite like to do with my simulation, is I would like to encourage passengers to occupy more reasonable spaces first. I don't know how far... Oh, come on. I don't know how far Jaden got with the stuff he was doing to Cotterell recently. Because he was starting to develop out from the bus station in the other direction. Yeah. No, I don't know how far he got. No. I know at the moment he just wants to focus on Bus of the West Country 3. And there's quite a lot that could be done to this. I mean, all of the buildings down either side of this road could do to be replaced, for one thing. Every single one of them. The road surfaces here could do with being spruced up a bit. We did use that voice pack. I was starting to wonder if we'd just not bothered using a voice pack at all. Come on, you fat bastard. Hill time. Yeah. When he's kind of back to his regular hours now. Well, he never really left his regular hours because, like, truck drivers are one of the jobs that that you really can't do without, especially in lockdown.
Hello there.
Thank you, Omzi. Very cool force feedback. I forgot to change the park list. I changed the AI list, but I didn't change the park list. I've only just clocked that. We've only planned as far ahead as Bus of the West Country 3 and possibly Cotterell. Yeah, why is it that some buses do that? There's just like no damping in their force feedback. Bonk. I should add a Nightbot command which is just exclamation mark bonk So every time I run into a curb, you can like add it to a tally. Ah, yes. Hmm? Well, that's one of the important things about Cotterell. Like almost, not entirely, but almost all of the road layout is based on reality. It is nice. Carl's done a really good job. Though I don't actually have the Studio Polygon buses to compare it to. Boing. Tiny violin. Very tiny violin. I didn't forget about a stop on the map I made. Well, mostly Jaden. Yeah, see, the models are really nice. The texturing, I believe they're updating to fix most of the issues that I had with them. Because they had those weird 3K textures, and 3K textures just do not make sense at all. Yeah, it's just odd. But yeah, well, since I don't own them, I can't check whether they've updated them or not. Is it? 3K just makes no sense. You're using the same texture memory as 4K, but you're not getting the quality. Like, you're using 4 times the texture memory of 3K. Of 2K, sorry. Oh well. Ooh. Apparently a bit too relaxed. Oh, there's more people on the bus. Hang on, shall I just cancel my timetable and do like a 5 PM one? Because the 5 PM one should be super busy, shouldn't it? Oh yes. I mean, obviously I'm going down the hill, not up the hill. Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a lot of you.
Hi, Hanson.
Hello there.
Where's the interior
Hello,
lighting
mate.
at?
Give me a diary, mate. Hello, mate. Anyone at home?
Yes, there you go.
Hi there. Alright, terrorizer, please. Thank you very much.
Morning, sweetie.
What?
Need the light master on.
Hello, mate.
Good day, driver.
Leftmost overhead. Ah.
What?
Why is that the light master? That's got the isolator switch logo on it.
Morning, sweetie. Check your change base. You sure change me. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. It does look
Ideal.
pretty bright, doesn't it? Well, we're going to be full to capacity, aren't we?
Please.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Come on, guys, everybody in.
Hello there. Got a single, please, driver. Ah, thank you very much.
What? Give me a diary. Lovely. Cheers. Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
Oh my god, they might actually all fit as well.
One day rider, please, driver.
Yep, that's the end of the queue. That's the end of the queue. Okay. Oh, hello, you want some as well. Well, there you go, we've made it to our first stop. Right, everybody off.
Good day, driver. Oh, day pass, please. Ta-ra.
Hello.
Give me a diary. Lovely. Cheers. Hello, mate.
Oh, the fuzzer here. What's happened up at the uni? That's a very full bus.
too deep.
Morning, yes. Yeah, no, it's no, I think it's morning. She said it's morning. She said it so convincingly. You glad there's no standing people? What, like these guys? These guys here who aren't standing? Yeah, I'm glad they aren't there either. Oh, I forgot to disable light mapping on the distant scenery pieces. No. Thing is, I'm going to press the throttle and this thing isn't going to move. So we might be here for some time. Oh, I think we've got to go. We're going for it. We're going for it. Here we go. Full throttle. Full throttle. Nearly made 25 miles an hour. There we go, there's 30. And now we have to slow down. I think we designed this road very, very deliberately to just barely fit two buses squeezing past each other. Now I seem to remember that we were measuring it quite carefully. Well, I have got something like 90 people on board. Hello. I think you missed it earlier, but I was just saying that I realised that I have a way of playing back notifications that I missed. So,
I don't really know what to put in here, but I'm still
also, I'm going to floor it. This is full throttle.
Be annoying, so now I'm going to type some random letters. Re.
I like that at the end. Just re. Re. Boing. So you've got your value out of that one. Hello, North London buses. Oh god, you do, don't you? Because it downshifts early. But it doesn't upshift early. Right, flooring it again. Oh, that's a sub. Hello. Thank you for the sub. Ooh. I'm gonna eat tonight. I should really remember what each of my sounds means. I think I got them a bit wrong because I tried to set them all up.
Ever experienced bad driving.
Some bad driving. Yeah, I tried to set up all the donation sounds to be more coherent, rather than just all using the same belly up, belly up, belly up. sound, but I don't think that all of them stuck. So I need to sort that out again at some point.
Hey, driver.
Well, the passenger's complaining. Yeah, that's a particularly bad voice pack. That's the only UK voice pack that's been made. So everyone uses it, and it's terrible. It's funny the first time. I don't know, the paths might be set up differently in the B5LH and the B5TLs. Actually, you did, didn't you? Do you mean numbers? Ah. That didn't break in the same way I thought it would. Oh no. They weren't done. Yee. And that is why we no longer use PNG textures for everything. So you notice that there are zero problems with my AI textures loading, but the C400 does have problems. That's because it has PNG textures, not DDS ones. Also, what you're seeing on the road in front of you, in case you're wondering, is called per-vertex lighting, which is a very old-fashioned and very inexpensive, in terms of render time, way of applying lighting to objects. It also looks terrible. It tends to get used in really low-end mobile games. The normal way to do it is called per-pixel lighting. This moth is about to get into my room, isn't it? And... yep. Yeah. Now, if you've ever wondered why the lighting in OMSI looks so bad, I mean the nighttime lighting, it's because they use per-vertex lighting. And they really shouldn't. Oh yeah, we actually set the light phases on this correctly. Oh, our kitten would love that. She thinks that moths are the best thing ever. Have a bollard. There you go. Just for you. You and your weird, weird animations. Oh, you're not done, are you? Could you hurry it up a bit? I'm probably about 12 minutes late. Charles loves a good fly in the evening. She likes to get out onto my roof and chase them. And just yesterday, she liked getting up onto my chest of drawers and knocking my mug off onto the floor and smashing it. Right, that mug made it through uni with me. Humans are difficult. They're really, really hard. Because if you do them slightly wrong, they look so wrong. You can't get away with anything. Oh, our old cat used to do that. Half a rabbit at one point, a mole, a grass snake, which was impressive, and a seasoned still warm pork chop. I know, right? Like I said, Pervertex lighting. You said you wanted to get out and now you don't want to get out. Right, you bastards, you're coming with me. But yeah, how good the lighting looks depends entirely on how many polygons there are in the road surface. Omzi's something special. It looks particularly good over at this corner over here. Are you all stuck behind me by any chance? Is that everyone? Yeah. The thing about Pervertex lighting is that yes, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, you could use it as one because you could hop out of here and onto the top of here and just use that as the third deck. But you can't get away with anything with Pervertex lighting. You have to make your models super high poly in order for them to stand a chance of looking okay. But it's just sort of one of the things of Omzi that we all seem to just ignore. Hey, it was actually kind of okay on the timetable, which is surprising considering the number of people who got on board. Right, one more run round here. These guys just live here now. One more run round here, and then we'll go have a noodle around Farthington and bust to the West Country 3, perhaps probably just Farthington actually. I'll just show you the bomb crater where Farthington used to be. And then I'm going to call it a day. So, timetable says 17:31. Time is now 17:31. Here we go. Flooring it. Well, I've had to remove all the Freeman's assets. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you would think, with how lightweight all of OMSI's rendering is, that it would perform really well, but nope. Like, you would think the trade-off for this terrible lighting would be a nice frame rate. These two people just live here. They're not getting off. Where's me stop? Is that me stop? No, it's that one. That one there. Right, there we go.
Idea.
I mean, I have a suspicion that quite a lot of it might be using an interpreted scripting language. Because interpreting a script in text at runtime is a very expensive operation. At least that has something that could be reasonably called a lighting engine, but yeah, it's not a simulator. It just isn't. But yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that it's because most of the stuff that happens in OMSI is coded in a scripting language that's interpreted at runtime rather than compiled. Because all of the vehicle physics are done like that. None of the physics is baked into the game engine underneath. It's all interpreted. And interpreted languages have an extremely high penalty on runtime performance. Now, for instance, my final year project, if you run it in interpreted mode, where it is interpreting the code you've written at runtime, then it takes 2 minutes and 34 seconds to run a full simulation from start to finish. If you run it in compiled mode, where it pre-compiles the system ahead of time, it takes 8 seconds. There is a hell of a huge difference between interpreting scripts and running pre-compiled code. And I have a suspicion that that's where OMSI's performance falls down. Because like I say, every single thing that happens in a vehicle is a scripted thing. It's all interpreted scripting. None of it is baked into the game engine. You don't call the physics library to call the spring function. Instead you do fluid dynamics physics simulations in an interpreted scripting language which can only run on one thread. And I'm pretty sure that's why OMSI performs like garbage. Because rendering wise it's extremely lightweight. Well, that's because most of it, if you're running an interpreted language, it's extremely hard to do that in a multi-threaded manner. Now you can, so what I suspect it does, because it does multi-thread to an extent, but what I suspect it does is it shifts all the background things to a secondary thread. So things like, I don't know, the tile regeneration and that kind of thing, loading, it does asynchronous loading, so that's got to be on another thread. So I suspect it moves that kind of thing to a background thread, but all of the scripts have to work sequentially on a single thread. That's my best guess anyway. that's my guess at why it performs like utter garbage. So the things which would make it perform better would be having more of its scripting just being sort of cues for what the inbuilt system baked in ought to do, if that makes sense. So this is kind of what I was talking about a while ago when I was talking about having, in my own simulator, having a set of pre-compiled gearboxes for you to choose from. So you can script your own from scratch if you want to, but the default option would be to choose one that is pre-compiled and ready to go. Because then by default most things would be using a much more efficient script, because it wouldn't be a script, it would be compiled code. What do you mean by re-scripting? You wouldn't be able to take the pre-compiled ones and adjust them yourself, no. So your options would be either take a pre-compiled one with a set of parameters.
Oh,
So you say take a pre-compiled torque converter gearbox, and you say, okay, I want it to have 5 gears, the ratios for those gears are this, this and this. This is the final drive ratio. And then it just uses that. So you'd be able to set up gearboxes in that manner, or you'd be able to write your own from scratch. Oh, no. What I'm talking about isn't something you could do for OMSI. Because OMSI does all of this in its interpreted scripting language. So rewriting the OMSI ones would make 0 difference. You'd need to actually have access to the core game engine to do it. There is no way to improve OMSI's performance without access to the core game engine. Well, no, that's not quite true. Hello, the clumsy pineapple, or rather, the clumsy pineapple. Yeah, there isn't a way to improve OMSI's script performance. I mean, aside from just scripting things as efficiently as you can. But what I'm talking about is a completely different way of doing things. Alright, thank you for coming. I'll see you around. I'll probably be back on Saturday, maybe on Wednesday. It's been a while since I've actually driven. Crotch. Oh no, not crotch. I'm doing alright. I have gathered a lot of data for my final year project, my master's project, today, so since there's an update to the Gen 3 pack, I figured that I would go and play with that. And here we are. I've tried out Smarden, which I thought was really quite pretty. I really liked the town centre, but the traffic is so bad. Like, the AI just doesn't work. It's just not enjoyable. And then I tried out Yorkshire, which it's one of those maps that just doesn't feel like a real world place.
Hello.
So I've decided to come back and have some UKDT therapy. Yep, 27 gigabytes of data generated today. All of it I need to do some form of analysis on now. I've kind of generated all the data that I need, probably. The rest's all analysis and report writing, which is good because there's a month left. I'll be submitting it on the 18th. And then uni is actually over. nobody knows what's happening. Thank you. And then I will actually have a master's degree. And then I have to work out what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. God, it's scary not being past the stage of uni. Because you can kind of ignore the rest of your life coming at you while you're in uni. But then when you're done, it's sort of, oh God, there's an entire world out there that hasn't been specifically set up to cater to me. What the hell do I do? Uni is a very expensive way of ignoring responsibility for a couple of years. Engineering. Specialising in electronics, so general engineering, but specialised in electronics. So I've had 2 years of mechanical and thermodynamics and electrical and electronic and power engineering and civil engineering. But I have specialised in electronics for the last 2 years. Come on, you bastard bus. How on time am I? Is the answer not very? Yep. Yes, the answer is definitely not very. Right, cool. So, do you want to go and have a noodle around Farthington? Oh, was it actually regenning? And I quit as soon as it started. You're welcome. I was about to try and copy the entire vehicles folder there, and that would have been a bad idea. What I actually need to copy is these. And also the fonts. There we go. Shall we go have a noodle around with Farthington then? Because there's a few things that I have done since the last time you saw it. And then we're going to call it a night. Wonder what user vehicle I've got loaded at the moment. Apparently none. Oh no, not none. Let's use one of the street decks. Street deck. Ah, I've got the old copy and the new copy installed. So yeah, what you're seeing an overview of at the moment is the rebuilt depot. There's some more to do to it. Particularly, I don't want the depot to be coming off that roundabout anymore. I want that roundabout to lead to a small industrial estate and the depot to have its own small side road. At some point, I just haven't been working on it lately. So yeah, this is actually the reason why I built this bus wash, which I then released on Fella's film for other people to use. Oh, we're not in wheel mode. Though I did save the best version for myself, which I feel is kind of fair enough. So the version I uploaded is a much brighter colour with less detailed textures. So hang on, let me just take you into the depot. Let's start off by going into it. It also looks more in place in more modern depots. No, I whacked out a ton of the detail from it as well. I simplified it quite a lot. So you've got the refueling pumps here, which are functional. You've got the bus wash here, which is functional, not animated, but functional. Then you no longer have the weird turning point over here. Instead you have something much more like the real depot this is inspired by, where you just have this empty area of concrete to turn around in. And then you might notice over here this little black wall over here. That is where AI buses will spawn in and despawn. They will appear to just sort of drive toward the back of the depot and disappear behind there. You might also notice that there's quite a lot of surface detail on the ground. So things like this concrete edge line over here, and this gunk over here, and gunk all around here, and that kind of stuff. That's something I've been working quite hard on, is trying to get these sort of ground bits and bobs looking reasonably realistic. Thank you. It's taken a while, but I think I've got it looking about right now. This is what I wanted from it to start with, really. Nope. Nope. I might as well give you the tour of what's there at the moment. But no, this will be a complete and utter overhaul and refresh. So this roundabout won't be where you turn out of the depot from anymore. It will be a small road coming off this road up here, and this roundabout will lead to a trading estate instead. The big things are, well, you might notice that there's now 2 giveaway markers there, which is what there is there in the real world. The stuff in the depot, that is a special system that I made using a very specific scripted object. So next change, I've slackened off this corner because it was way too tight. It really didn't need to be as tight as it was, so I've just made it a bit gentler. Phew, this one isn't limited. Good. Okay, it's limited, but limited to a higher speed. Fair. Okay, at the moment, as it stands, right here and now, it has no roots. But it has the foundations of 3 roots. So you might also notice that that housing estate has changed to more appropriate buildings. So this is still in a state of, like, this is not a finished product, put it that way. None of what you're seeing here is done. This is in the process of being adjusted at the moment. Yep, that was a Freeman's object. It couldn't stay. I need to change that ground texture, I really don't like it. So what you're seeing at the moment is how maps look when they're sort of in the middle of development. So, big change number 1.
That's not racing, is it?
Nope, it's not. Completely new junction into the bus, into the park and ride. Busway still will not be drivable. There is no way of making the busway drivable in Omsey. And yeah, I want to finish it off before leaving. So that's big new thing number 1. I mean, you can see that the road textures are still missing here. The next thing you will notice as we get into the town. I'm also completely reprofiling this roundabout because it looks hideous. Next big thing is the entire town centre is currently missing. Because this is what happens when you remove all the Freeman's objects from Farthington. It's just gone. There's nothing left. So there's a lot of work to do to fill in those holes. They are objects made by a person whose username was Freeman. They're all made with Google Street View textures, which means that they can't be used in paid content. And they also have terrible performance because the meshes are really poorly optimized, and so are the textures.
You're going to have to make a photographic visit sometimes.
I've made plenty in the past while I was working there.
Right.
So, next thing. is that there will be a new town route which comes down this way. These two sides, the sides of this street will just be full of buildings. So ignore that there's no buildings anywhere. That might require a bit of imagination. So there will be a town route that comes down here, noodles around the housing estates, and ends up at an RAF airbase. So that will come out in this general direction. Yeah, imagine buildings.
There's one. There's one. There's one.
Thank you. Then, the other part of this area that I have been building up is for the main route out of... I have gone the wrong way. Actually, RAF Whiten, however it's pronounced. Then another route that I'm going to do is an express route that goes from the park and ride and is the busway route. That's the equivalent of the busway section between St Ives and Huntingdon, where it's not actually on the busway tracks. So that will come around in this general area. And the roads here are very, very closely based on the original town. And again, you'll just have to ignore the missing buildings. Yep, this is based off a real place. And again, all the missing buildings, all the missing buildings.
You okay?
Mm-hmm. And no, it'll just do exactly what the real thing does, which is it is tracked between Cambridge and St Ives, but then between St Ives and Peterborough, it's just a normal everyday express bus route. So anyway, that's the stuff I've done over here. It's all groundwork. Like none of this is sort of exciting expansion yet. This is all the groundwork that I'll be building off. I really need to redo this roundabout. It's so ugly. Yes, it will. It'll effectively, the bit that you'll be able to drive will be the Route B between St Ives and Huntingdon, or between St Ives and Peterborough, whatever I have time for. But yeah, this is the route that you'll now take when you leave St Ives in this direction. And so you'll come into the park and ride there. I also need to spruce up the park and ride. I need to lengthen all the bus stop bays, and I need to give them all raised platforms, which is not too hard to do. Thank you. Yeah, it is starting to look more like just ordinary traffic and less like a bunch of the same car over and over again. But this is the new way that you'll exit the park and ride. Oh, bonk. This bridge is going. As in, there'll still be a bridge here, but it won't be this hideous Simple Streets bridge. You might notice that all the curbs here, ignore that bit on the left, have been replaced by a single object junction, which is why it doesn't line up there anymore, because I accidentally deleted it and had to put it back again. I prefer it because it means it has a more realistic FOV. And yeah, that has been completely replaced. Oh, you mean the offside mirror? Sorry, yes, the offside one, not the near side one. Yes. No, I can agree with you there. So that's the stuff I've done in the town so far. And keep in mind, I really haven't had the time to work on this much. The master switch pack, it has a ticketer. It's another brand of ticket machine. This junction I will be going to replace because I don't like this junction. The real thing has a set of islands here, so I'll be replacing it with something similar to that. But yes, you might notice I'm now driving down onto the dual carriageway. This is because this is where the main route is going to go here. I will be replacing all the textures of the dual carriageway because I don't like them. Also all the road markings because they're incorrect. There's the bus depot. I like having sight lines like this so you can see the bus depot like that. Well, in this case, it'll do the prototypically correct. Just pull the lane appears and then it pulls off immediately up here. And this is all complete sketch. I don't mean it's all sketchy, though obviously it kind of is sketchy. This is just a first draft of roughly where I want all the roads to be, roughly where I want the buildings to be. This is how I start working, and then I fill out the shapes that I've made in the first sketch. Yep, it is very much like that in real life. I can show you on Google Maps in a moment. I did, yes. So there'll be a pub with a car park over there and stuff. We're getting towards the end of where I've sketched out the route so far. This is the sketched outskirts of the Farthington expansion. It is a very crude sketch of what's going to come. This is sort of how I start out working, is I start out by drawing out the rough shapes that I want the map to follow, and then I fill it in. Because I want the map to sort of feel... The first and most important thing is I want the map to sort of feel and flow correctly. Like if it doesn't have the right sort of flow to it, then it's never going to be right no matter how much time you spend on the scenery. So the first thing to get right is the flow. I want the longest route to be 45 minutes. And I want the shortest route to be about 20. But everything here is subject to change. Absolutely everything is subject to change. Yep. Timescales are subject to change, route lengths are subject to change, Number of routes is subject to change. Everything is subject to change. Yep. These roads will be narrower. The other thing, I might as well... I don't know if... economy mirrors shares the frame rate between all of the mirrors. So instead of doing... instead of every mirror updating every frame, they will alternate. So one mirror will update on one frame, another mirror will update on the next frame, etc. And then on the way back along here, instead of going on dual carriageway, you do exactly what the real road layout does. And you go down this narrow single track road over here, which is very bumpy, and you just pummel your way along it at full speed. Which is exactly what's there in real life. And you get a nice view of the bus depot on the left. And then you'll come out at the top of here and turn right. I know what you're on about. Yeah, anyway, that's all I have to show you for the time being. I do have one other thing I might be able to show you, but I'm not sure if it'll work at the moment. Timetables are not my thing. I can do them, but I'm not particularly great at them. But yeah, when the buses come in, they come over to the fuel pumps over here, fill up, then go through the wash. It's absolutely real, alright. And then they come out here and they spin around. This has such a good turning circle. And then they come over here and park up. There's two operators. The one that operates out of the depot that this represents. It's quite different, but it's sort of similar in general concept. The operator that works out of this depot is Stagecoach. The one that operates the more local routes in the area is Go Whippet, which is a local company that was family owned for 90 years and then Tower Transit bought them and replaced all their interesting buses with the dullest things possible. So they used to have like ELC B70Ls and B10Ms. I mean, obviously they fell to DDA, but they had all sorts of interesting buses, and now they just have Enviro 200s and Gemini B70Ls. Yeah, there you go. This is the depot. And unfortunately you're not going to get to see it, but there is a new way these buses appear and disappear. In fact, I might be able to make it happen. Back it up a bit more. But I figure this is a reasonably nice way of making the buses appear and disappear in such a small depot. Yeah, FE51 RAW. That's the nicest one. I prefer that to the other kinds. Just going to make Ross very sad. So I figured that the best way that I could make the AI buses appear and disappear within such a small depot was to make them vanish. There you go. Was to make them vanish at the back of the depot building itself. So when you spawn over here, you won't see that. All you will see is a bus coming out of the depot building. So, you know, all you'll see is this. And that's perfectly reasonable. A bus appears out of the depot building, and of course it'll only happen at certain times of day anyway. That's a very quiet bus. Extremely quiet. Yeah, I'm very pleased with this depot on the whole. But like I say, I don't want it to be connected to this roundabout anymore because it feels a bit weird having this big old roundabout which goes into a bus depot over here, which is kind of scummy. So what I'm going to do instead is take this road here and feed it up to here, which is what the real life one does, and then fill this up with trading estate, which is what there is in real life again. Yeah. Yep, I leave notes to myself. Yeah, anyway, the bit you were talking about, that doesn't look like it would be real. Yep, leave 1 or 2 gays, exactly. You have to leave a few to tell the tale. Is this, which, so, a thing to note here. No, the real life one does not have a single lane which continues all the way along here and then diverges here. But the reason I have made that small change, and this is a fictional map in order to accommodate me making such changes, is because then you don't have to deal with OMSI's AI traffic merging in and out. Yeah, here's the real depot. So it is very different to the one that I've built. And in fact it's a lot bigger now than it was in this picture, because they've expanded all the way out here. They've taken all of this space up. But yeah, because of OMSI AI, the bit where you interact with this A road, you will not be interacting with the AI on the A road. You will be completely segregated. You will not have to deal with them lane changing in front of you. Yep. Yes, it does do exactly what it does in my map. So this road continues on up here as a 2-way road up to here, where it turns into somebody's driveway, and then you get to here where it just gives up on you. Like there's a gate, and then the road goes away, and then you just have this all the way along here. So I have done exactly what's there in the real world. Believe it or not. But yeah, the whole area is based on this. So this bit around here that I was showing you, this bit is one of the most true to life parts of the map. Yeah, that's exactly why I included it. So you might have noticed that weird kink where it goes strangely narrow and there's this footpath that goes off over there, and a set of traffic lights and whatnot, and that is all just lifted straight from real life. As is the bike lane, and then as is this island in the middle where you turn right and then you turn left again to go up here. So yeah. Yes, it is. This whole road is now the A1. This used to be the A14, but it's now an extension of the A1307. So the A1307 is the road which goes out in this direction, which goes from Haverhill to Cambridge. And I think it ends at Haverhill. So that's the A1307. which then sort of gives up on you here in the middle of Cambridge. But they figure that since there's a straight line which goes from here all the way along here and then up onto this which used to be the A14, they figured that they just number it as an extension of the A1307. But yeah, so this roundabout here is the one that I was going around there. This will be very different. I'm not going to replicate this as is, because instead I am tacking on this junction here, sort of, onto this road here. Because I want to be a bit different. Like, I just want to do it like that. That's just how I want to do it. You'll have to deal with that. I mean, again, this is why this is not a real-world map. This is my own map. But yeah, so the town route, we'll start at the Park and Ride, which hadn't been built when they took the aerial imagery. It will go through the town centre, along these back streets here, up around here, up through here, and then it will end up at RAF Witten. So it will probably pull up here, just outside the security checkpoint. Because, or maybe it'll terminate here, I don't know. I'll do something interesting with it. Oh, actually the real bus stop, I'll just terminate it there. I'll terminate it in the same place as the real bus stop, how about that? Because I want to have something a bit interesting over at the end of the route. So I'm going to model that jet. And I'm going to make some AI of planes taking off and coming around and doing interesting things. So that'll be the end of the town route. So it's going to be very short. It's just going to go from there, noodle up here around the housing estates, and then back out up here. Possibly with an alternate route to Horton, just because Horton's really pretty. So I might have to do something with Horton just because. Like, they have an MG dealership. You know? Look at this. Like, but yeah, Horton's small and pretty and interesting, so I'd like to have an alternate variant that goes to Horton if I have time. Then the so there'll be two main routes. See, I'm not going to do that like Smarden. I'm going to completely ignore all AI traffic. The only thing that will be there will be buses. Which is pretty true to life anyway. So the main route will come down here, round here, up round here, along here, and end up here. That's sort of the plan for the main route. And then there'll be a shorter depot run, which just you floor it back along here instead of going around here. Then the other route, the other longish route, will go from the Park and Ride here. You will take over a busway bus that's just come off the busway, which goes all the way along here. You'll take over a busway bus here, and then you will drive it up here through the town, along into Huntingdon, and then along up to Peterborough, though it will be shortened somewhat probably. Just because I want to have this weird roundabout, this weird roundabout arrangement here, and this has a terminus here, which the X1s do. So stop here. I am very familiar with this Waitrose. Ooh! 240Z! Ooh! Very nice. But yeah, that's why I made my HST, so I can have them pull into this station here. I will adjust something or other so you have a stretch of road where you are running alongside the train tracks. Just because I want to have a bit where you can drive alongside the trains as they go past you. Because that would be more interesting than just seeing them in a station. That's basically the plan. If I have time, what I would love to do would be to combine Ely and Kings Lynn together and then have a seaside route which goes up here to Sheringham, with obviously all the distances really shortened. That's what I would love to do, but I doubt I would have time to do that. It's already quite an ambitious project. Yeah, see, at a point I need to call it time and just transfer over. But anyway, my goal is to have 3 solid routes, or at the very least 2 solid routes. One of them being the one I always planned, which goes out this way and ends up over here. Excuse me. And the other one being an extension of the busway, which goes up here. Though I will shorten the distances a bit. And I'd like to have some more countryside running, rather than just sitting on the motorway. Yeah. The other thing is I want to tie all of this up by Easter next year. This will be my full-time job. And no, Cambridge will not be in it. Though I might have to take the Red Lodge karting track. Where is it? Where's the Red Lodge karting track? Somewhere. There it is. See, there's 2 competing karting tracks here. Red Lodge is better. There's Red Lodge and there's Wild Tracks, and I might have to. I might have to include them. Like actually model them in with an entrance so you can get onto. No. Stop getting ahead of yourself. That's enough. I mean, maybe I could just. I mean, it's just like a single. I could use a fixed width spline. You know, I could just make this a fixed width spline. Just like have some AI carts driving around. I don't know. Anyway, stop thinking about bonus things like that. That's not necessary. What's necessary is route going here, and route going through here. Yeah, anyway. Shall I show you the other thing? I've already shown the other thing enough times. It's not a secret anymore. The other thing. Where is it? Oh yeah, that. Oh, we're missing textures. Ignore the steering wheel. The steering wheel is a monstrosity. And the badge. And this. This was just a test fit, so ignore all of this. Find missing files. Find missing files. Didn't find any missing files. Oh yeah, I need to download all of them. Give me one moment. There we go. Now at least it should be able to see the folders. Nope, it still can't see the folders. Right, well, we'll just have to give that a moment to download stuff. Yeah, anyway, that's the thing. And also the AI for London. Which I think are pretty okay. Where's everything gone silent? So the folder that I'm missing is this folder. Is it trying to download a reference folder which is enormous by any chance? Right, there's the grill delete stuff we did the other day. I think bloody minded is a better way of putting it. Come on. I can show you the texture for it. How about that, eh? That's not the right one. It's this one. No, that's not the right one. Where is it? Where are you? No, that's not the right one. Where's it gone? This one? Nope. So this one? That's the one. There you go. It's not actually as pretty as I remember it being. As in the way the textures are laid out is not as pretty as I remember it being. I think I did a better job with it on this one. I really like a nicely arranged texture file. Like this one. This is the one, including Roadhog's dials, yes. Yes, he made a very nice set of dials for the centre of the screen. I've stolen them. Mine now. Yeah, this is the texture for the darts dashboard, and I'm much prouder of the way that I arranged that. How far's it got? So where's this texture stored? It's stored out here. Come on. Come on. Don't get too excited about the dart. Oh, it's looking for files on the D drive. Of course it is. Yes. That's the problem. I've moved everything to the C drive, and it's still looking for stuff on the D drive. Here we go. There we go. That took us a while. And it's still downloading stuff. Yeah, what do you think of that, eh? I reckon that's pretty nice. Also, what do you reckon of this? Ignore the C400 interior. There's a lot of work to do here. Look, it's got an emergency exit on it and everything. And it's a low height, which is why the C400 interior is sticking out of the roof. The C400 interior will be binned. Yes, it's the correct width. Don't worry. But yes, the C400 interior will be leaving us shortly. It's just there because I needed something to flesh out the inside of it so I could get an idea of how it was going. But the bus is actually going to be a new model. There we go. So that cab door will be gone, all this will be gone, the C400 driver's seat will be gone. Lot of work. Lot of work to do. But hey, I've made an exterior for it, you know. Still a lot of work to do there as well, because you might notice a couple of other C400-y things like these, which are interestingly high poly for how small they are. Yeah, anyway. No, bought new. Fresh from the factory. It's quite hard to get a good view with the lighting. Yeah, anyway. So, that's what I will be working on full time for the next half a year or so. Do not expect... Do you really think I'm not going to do that? Do not expect variants, alright? This is a bus to go along with a map. There will be one version, and that version will be the version that operates in the map. There will not be more versions than that. That's the only way that I can reasonably do it in the right amount of time. So, yeah, I can't additionally do bonded glazed versions and newer front-end versions and Euro 4 versions and yada yada yada. I can't do any of that. In order to keep it inside a reasonable timescale, I need to make the version that I need, and that will be it. Anyway, I might be able to show you one more thing quickly. Let's have a quick look-see. Okay, I reckon that's a good note to end the stream on. Yeah, that was a fun one. You know what? Let's not end the stream on that note. Let's end the stream on just... Voila. Don't expect